The petition or there is say one mistake second page of the third line, fourth line, instead of Birhum it would be district Hooghly.
এটা না, এটা ওই ফাইলের ভেতর রেখে দিলে না বুঝতে সুবিধা হবে এনাদের জন্য।
কোনটা এটা? আমার অসীম কুমার ধারা
তাপস কুমার
দাদা ডিপিএসসি হলি
থার্ড লাইন সেকেন্ড প্যারাগ্রাফ।
আমি ছিলাম
আপনি কিন্তু এগুলো কিন্তু
এই তুই আমাকে দে তো আমি
copy,
লিখি
আমাদের
সারাদিন
দেখতে
লিখে
হবে আমাদের কপিতে কি আছে, মেন কপিতে কি আছে, এইটা ফাইলে রাখুন,
17
দেখলে ওর পক্ষে বুঝতে সুবিধা হবে।
15 17 18 19 17 18 এটা কত নম্বর দাদা?
ও নেবে, সব নেবে, কে বলেছে দাও।
আমাদের কপিতে দেখবেন কিন্তু, নট ফ্রম দি সার্ভার কপি, তাহলে প্রবলেম হবে।
23 time for the visa
ইয়েস,
first is you first is কাগজ দে না PJOY PIJOYS
the matter is appeared in the list for
I that's what
correction
this is
of the first name, na correction of the spelling of the first name
14টা নিয়ে নে
of the petitioner number 1.
এই 14টা
Stop.
ধনঞ্জয় দা
The first name of the petitioner number 1 shall be spelt as BIJOYA. AGM,
19
দেখুন কি করেছেন, ঠিক আছে? Rest of the order remains the same. Let this order be read along with the order dated such and such.
কাজ
পুরো ঝোলাবে। 24 হবে।
Filling up of appearances, my lord, are very sleep. Filling up, yes, I have given, my lord. It's a
Not
very big
come.
job. Yes, I have given, my lord, in respect of my
Lordship, I am getting on behalf of the respondent number 4.
24 number the petition.
Same
হ্যাঁ স্টেট
So this matter relates to
রঞ্জন কথা
consideration of the prayer of the writ petitioner for reverting back from 65 years.
that MSK matter
I mean,
MSK
matter.
para teachers SSK
Lordship
and
has
all
already-
65 years
Lordship, this matter, similar matter was fixed on 5th November.
Let the matter, but one line, my lord, that my lord, the interim order which is operating in that matter, my lord, is the identical matter. Let the
না
because the
24
last date of my lord filing this proforma is fill the proforma is 23rd September. বলে দিচ্ছি actually only one thing, my lord.
Similar matter fixed আছে স্যার,
হ্যাঁ?
similar matter fixed
জানি যাবি দিলাম তো অর্ডারটা
আপনি সুলেখা অর্ডার দিয়েছেন?
ওই অর্ডারটা দিলাম তো সিমিলার ম্যাটারের অর্ডারটাই দিলাম
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে।
May I point out only one thing, Lordship? In the last, in that order number 18 September order, the Lordship in the fourth paragraph, the 2024 notification specified 23rd September 2023, it must be 2024, my lord.
yes
24
Please come. The petitioners are serving as Shohaikas. Stop. They
বলো similar order to similar 5th November
intend to revert back
তারপর সুলেখা অর্ডার দিয়েছে
to the
Hmm?
to their they exercised their willingness to act in terms of the notification dated. What is the date of the notification? Earlier notification?
My lord.
2019?
18/12/2019.
18th of December 2019. Stop. Presently, they intend to revert back to their status of Shohaika. Stop. Next.
65.
The state has
অফিসে চলছে
published a notification.
2024
What is the date of the recent notification?
4/9/2024.
On 4th of September 2024, specifying 23rd September 2024 as the last date for filling up the form to obtain the benefit of para-teacher. Stop. According to the petitioners, the benefit of the notification in the year 2019 is beneficial. Na ki bollam?
About a 29.
19, not
Uh-huh.
55 years.
Is better than the benefits of the 2024 notification.
There is,
Paragraph.
I think there is slight mistake
Yes.
because 2019 notification that's also speaks about
Oh,
PF
same thing.
and that confirms that is being confirmed by this 2024. They want to enjoy the benefit prior to 2029.
2020.
2019. Because prior to 2019 they were getting 65 years.
All right.
2019 says no, if you want to PF you have to exercise to retire at the age of 60. Then we failed to come with the PF scheme that has been introduced by this 24.
Oh, তাহলে কি বললাম?
According to the petition, better than the benefits of the
No. The notifications of the year 2019 and 2024 are not good as the benefit which was prevailing prior to the said date. Stop. Next. The issue in question is pending consideration before this court. Stop. The matter cannot be taken up for final consideration without proper instructions from the respondents. Stop. Next. In view of the above, there will be an interim order to the effect that the petitioners may submit the form within the stipulated time period without prejudice to their rights and contentions.
I think there will be a difficulty because
that's why
23rd is the last day.
Saying for 3
So, my
days,
Justice Joyshan Gupta is pleased to say they need not to file the form at present. If court considers that they are to, court will extend the time.
No, but then 23rd is still some way to go.
Monday.
Yes, they cannot fill it.
By Monday they cannot because today we are on Friday.
Yes.
They have to send it through the district nodal officer. That would be difficult.
It's not that online submission or anything of that sort. Oh.
That's the reason Justice Joyshan Gupta is pleased to pass that order. Or I am taking your lordship's leave, or kindly excuse me.
Oh, wait. কি বললাম as it is pending consideration বললাম না উপরে
the matter cannot be taken for final discussion with proper instructions from the respondents.
respondents stop করুন the The learned advocate for the state respondents is directed to come ready with proper instruction on the adjourned date. Stop. The petitioners may not file their application, may not file their form. Now, as there is hardly any time left for filing the form, the petitioners may not file the form at this stage. Stop. The filing of the form will depend upon the fate of the writ petition. Stop. Next. Let the matter appear in the list on 5th November 2024.
In the earlier paragraph, your lordship stated that I want to get benefit of 2019 notification. That is not
You want prior to that?
prior to that.
Yes, I'll take up.
Then 65, I want to be a 65 sorry.
Yes, you want to work till 65 years of
65.
age.
But that has been recorded in the earlier part of the order part.
Yes.
I'm grateful.
এই বিমান এই 24 কিন্তু এই নিয়েছে 24 এর নামটা দিয়েছে জিজ্ঞেস করে নিন দাদাকে হঠাৎ গ্রেটফুল
25. But item 25 on the last occasion, your lordship directed. Mala, kindly see the last order. Your lordship has cautions the
Yes.
SPIO and also directed to supply.
The key answer sheet booklet has
already
been
given.
given to you.
We have seen the answer key.
Yes.
That matches. We don't have any contradiction on that. But my only submission is that the DI should affirm an affidavit saying that there must be some basis on which he has inferred or deduced my score. Let it be affirmed.
It is an error.
It is a mistake. Let him.
Yes, please come. The key answer sheet to booklet series B has been handed over to the learned advocate for the petitioner. Stop. It will be open for the petitioner to initiate appropriate proceeding in accordance with law if he is still aggrieved by the act of the respondent authority. The writ petition stands disposed of.
Grateful, man.
Disposed of. Diplomat. Followed, I am for the petition.
26.
Followed, I am for the state response.
I am for the Madrasah Service Commission pursuant to Lordship's order 5th of August 2024. A report has been, my lord, supplied to my learned friend. An issue fixed by your lordship has been addressed in the said report.
Well, I have received copy of the report.
You want to file an exception?
No, my lord.
No?
No.
What is the issue?
So, my lord, petitioner is the my lord, organizing teacher of a madrasa, my lord. He has appointed in the year, my lord, 1992. Then, my lord, he has provisionally approved by the quantum proceeding. Now, my lord, 2000, my lord.
What are you praying for? Setting aside the reasoned order?
No, my lord. Kindly see the-
Regularization prayer was rejected by the Madrasah Service Commission.
That is under challenge.
That is under challenge.
It has to be heard. Please come.
kindly see
Report
the-
in the form of affidavit filed on behalf of the respondent number 4 is taken on record. Stop. Next. The matter is required to be heard. Stop. List in the combined monthly list of November 2024 under the heading for hearing.
My lord, at least lordship record that the report has already been filed.
27 Havana.
Report has already been filed as per your lordship order, and they are not using any exception to the said report.
Why are you worried if he files an exception?
He has said before your lordship so.
I am for the PF authority. I am for the PF authority.
Is the petitioner here? 28.
And had called for a.
My lord, I am for the state respondent in this matter. Item 28. My lord, there is an order of your lordship on 3rd of September, and there is a specific direction for submitting a written instruction from DI school, Purva Midnapur. My junior
Yes.
is present. My lord, report will, he is handing over the report. But
Let me see whether any
unfortunately,
report is coming.
DI Purva Midnapur, my lord, kindly
According to my lord's last order.
Hmm.
This is
My
regarding
lord, the last order of your lordship
retirement benefits of the petition.
speaks about the specific instruction in the second page of your lordship's order. But unfortunately, if your lordship kindly go through the report, the last line, it has been said that the regarding the representation of Provident authority, the undersigned has nothing to say, but it is to state that the school is a government sponsored and aided, so it is naturally comes under GPF scheme. But your lordship was pleased to direct some more specific instruction that was not yet provided.
No, if it comes under the GPF scheme,
GPF.
that means how can you say that the school is not giving any employees?
That is my specific instruction. Even my lord,
on 29th of September 24, I have received further instruction. It says that the question of deposition of employee share and employee share to the fund could not arise because they are not the member. But enforcement officer has been deputed to visit the school and to explore the possibility of the coverage of the PF. That is my instruction, Lordship. May I hand it over, Lordship?
Listen, if the PF benefit is not there, it is not only the petitioner. All the teachers of the school
Yes,
will
madam.
suffer
Yes,
the
madam.
same
That is why
fate.
the inspection is being done and the process has been issued because till that we had no instruction regarding the non-payment of.
Let me see. I'll keep your instruction on record. I'll adjourn. Please come.
I have an instruction that, my lord,
Yes.
I have an instruction
Yes.
from the DPSC Purva Midnapur.
Right.
But the unauthorized absent, that was not regularized.
That is different.
That is.
But he raises an issue that the PF benefit will not be given.
They are
So
not
he is
covered.
not the petitioner alone.
Yes.
Oh.
We are looking at a larger perspective, not only restricted to the petitioner.
Yes.
Have you followed?
The only thing, my even the gratuity and the pension are not being paid, my lord.
It cannot be paid because your leave has not been regularized.
I joined it by way of an order of this honorable court, my lord. I was not allowed to join, my lord. There's an order of this honorable court, my lord. Will kindly see, my lord, for once.
Report of the district inspector of
this is
schools,
an order of
primary
27th
education, Purva Mendipur, signed on 10th September 2024, mentions that since the school is a government-sponsored aided school, it naturally comes under the GPF scheme. Stop. Paragraph.
Joydeep Paito.
The regional PF commissioner -Roman 2 district office Midnapur provide a communicating letter addressed to the learned advocate on 12th September 2024 has disclosed that the enforcement officer has been deputed to visit the school and explore the possibility of coverage under EPF and submit the report immediately. Stop. Paragraph. As the school is a government-sponsored aided one, accordingly, the GPF benefit will certainly be allowed in respect of the employees of the school. Stop. Next. The Regional Provident Fund Commissioner shall take necessary steps in this regard. Paragraph. The petitioner submits that he is not getting his pension, and gratuity. Now, pension, gratuity and other terminal benefits. Stop. Paragraph. The learned advocate representing DPSC Purva Mednipur.
But near about 2 years. 2 years.
I was not allowed to join.
That there is a long absence of the petitioner from the school until the absence is regularized, the terminal benefit file of the petitioner cannot be proceeded with. Paragraph. Learned advocate for the petitioner submits that the petitioner was allowed, the petitioner was illegally and arbitrarily restrained from attending the school. Stop. He was allowed to rejoin only after order was passed by the court on 27th April 2016 in WP number 6300 W of 2016. Paragraph. The District Inspector of Schools, Primary Education, Purva Mendipur, is directed to verify the records of the petitioner and to act in strict compliance of the direction passed by the court in the earlier petition filed by him.
My lord, one thing.
the leave of the petitioner's prayer was forwarded to the Director of School Education regarding the 2 years unauthorized absence, my lord. Whether it's a restraint order or not, that is question, my lord. It should be regularized by the DSC.
The Commissioner of School Education. Is directed to take steps in response to the request forwarded by the DPSC Purva Mendipur for regularizing the unauthorized absence of the petitioner. Released the matter on 18th of November. An updated report shall be placed before this court by the District Inspector of Schools, by the learned advocate representing the state respondents, DPSC Purva Mendipur and the Provident Fund Organization.
Deeply disposed of.
No. It cannot be disposed. Let updated reports come.
Yes.
Lots of speaking.
18th of November.
My lord, I'm for the petitioner. My lord, I'm carrying the brief on behalf of Mr. Shubhish Channel, my lord. He's on his legs. I'm playing for a short
Let him
pass.
be on his legs. It is not a showcase. It is a case, my lord, whether written examination is already over. List of qualified candidates for the interview are already published. They are not qualified. The interview is going on. We shall be producing the panel after completion of the said interview, clubbing together marks in the written test and also the interview marks. May it be posted by 27th, probably we can complete the interview of this month. If your lordship kindly keeps it after the vacation, my lord, we shall only be giving the result. That is, my lord, website, you have published the result of the interview.
Since he is on legs, I'm just making it Passover or adjourning it for the day.
Kindly pass over, my lord.
Kindly make it adjourn for the day.
Let me see.
Adjourn for the day, I may not come.
Please wait, I cannot say anything. 30.
Lordship, Sarwarjan appearing on this matter on behalf of the petitioner. Lordship, pray for short Passover. He engaged in court no 15.
Don't call any other matter.
what's your message to all the young Virat Kohlis watching this and young Jemima Rodericks is watching this who will take the country further?
I'm so glad you used the second name. I think when I watch the women's league, it's like watching a new emerging kind of activity.
Vikings would always invade with the women as well.
Okay, all right.
We need to be Vikings now.
You notice I'm not disputing it. So,
why are you doing this podcast?
I'm doing this podcast, one, because I like you.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Jaishankar, the Minister of External Affairs on TRS. Possibly the most requested episode we've had in the longest time because we've done so much geopolitical content and this legend has come up so much on the show that we just had to bring him on TRS. Keep in mind, this is a very short episode. There was a time constraint because of schedules on that particular day. So I couldn't podcast exactly the way I wanted to with Dr. Jaishankar, but it's a beginning. You're going to see an incredible episode of TRS up ahead. Special thanks to MyGov India for making this happen. This is my mid-20s dream to talk to this man, considering how much he's done for the country, considering how he's rewritten the country's branding on a global stage. This was a great icebreaker with the legend. As I said earlier, I was a little nervous to speak to the cabinet ministers, but Dr. Jaishankar made me feel extremely comfortable. That's his actual real life vibe if you're a young, motivated Indian. And that's what this particular episode 1 with Dr. Jaishankar was about. It was about the young, the new, and the motivated India. I hope you enjoy this particular episode. I hope every single young Indian watches this episode because, to be honest, jokes apart, we're living through some intense times and we need to turn to people like Dr. Jaishankar for guidance about the future. So, I'm going to let you slip into the episode. It is a slightly shorter episode. We will come back with a much longer one with Dr. Jaishankar. But for now, enjoy this legendary piece of TRS. Dr. Jaishankar, the most requested podcast possibly that we ever had. How are you and why do you think that is?
Well, I'm good. Been a busy few weeks. But I would say probably people are more interested in foreign policy.
Nowadays.
And maybe they'll come to watch you. So...
I mean, geopolitics is one of those subjects that people have been lapping up only recently, but lapping it up heavily. And you're the poster boy for everything that's happening correct geopolitically for India.
Okay, that's good to know. But in a way, it's natural. Look, what do we do most of the time? You get up in the morning, first thing you do is reach out for your phone, right? And see what is it you missed when you're sleeping. Now, what it's done is it has connected us completely to the world.
Yeah.
And because of the phone, and then you build everything around it, once you start getting used to global content and global comparisons, then, what you eat, what you read, what you think, everything becomes global.
Yeah.
So that's why they call it globalization.
Okay. Simple question for you. Who is Dr. S. Jaishankar, the man? Like that people don't know. I'll tell you why. Right now, you're very popular on shorts and reels for your very aggressive comebacks and your very aggressive responses. And in many ways, I feel like Virat Kohli and yourself are the faces of young India in some ways. This is how young India
There's a slight age difference between us.
No, but you're still the guy young India is like cheering for. When we see you up there talking to all these people from other countries, we're like, yep. That's the response that they should get.
Look, I'm a trained diplomat whose general SOP is, play it cool, sort of don't make too many waves, etc. Now, partly I've transitioned into being a political face, okay? But even I would say the diplomatic side of me, which is still very deep. After all, I've done it for 45 years, maybe more now. It's like this, I'm very nice to people who are nice to me. When I get pushed, I think it's natural to push back. And one of the things that has been happening to a bit is in the last year and a half, people have been pushing us a bit, So I feel, it's you brought up Virat Kohli cricket analogy, if you get a few bouncers, you want to do something with it, no?
Hit that pull shot.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say the sentence, when I get pushed, in many ways, your I get pushed is actually when India gets pushed.
Absolutely.
And you are the personification of India on a global scale. Keeping that in mind, I want to ask you why PM Modi said that you have adbhut thoughts.
No, he didn't exactly say adbhut. I think he said wo andaruni. कि उनको बहुत अनुभव है. Look, to be very frank, we had got off a plane. I was myself a little bit zonked getting off the plane. And he was talking about just outside to a group of supporters. And I guess, I didn't ask him after that, okay? I guess what he was really saying is, look, this guy has watched a lot of people come and go. So he's seen a lot. So maybe you should talk to him and ask him what's different.
What's your gauge?
Or what's different?
Yeah, about you.
No, I don't think it was so much what he was talking about me. He was actually saying that, look, guys, talk to him because he will tell you how much, the Prime Minister's visits have changed, how much foreign policy has changed, how much the country has changed. So it was more it was my thoughts rather than me as a subject that he was talking about. That's my take of it.
I think it's one and the same thing.
Whatever.
Okay. I had Ishant Sharma on the show yesterday.
Oh, really?
Cricketer.
Okay.
And he spoke about how after a certain point, because you've played so much cricket and you have so many experiences that you've had, your pattern recognition improves. Some people would call pattern recognition intuition or the sixth sense.
Mm-hmm.
I am 100% sure that even on a geopolitical scale, there is a role of your sixth sense.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
Can you talk a little bit about this? Like a slightly higher level of pattern recognition, or even go one level higher than that? Is there like a spiritual aspect? I mean, I use that word cautiously.
No, look, what happens is this is partly experience, but it's partly also hard work. Any business, we are using a sports, but I would use it in my own line of work. You spend a lot of time reading other players, understanding their game, their play, how does it work, their mind games which they try on you. So you try to see patterns in other people, in other countries, in other other foreign ministries, etc. Just like you do in sports. So in that sense, there's something it's a competitive activity. So if you're going up against a competitor, and I am a very competitive person, okay? I mean, when you ask me that bit, I absolutely let you know. I mean, I try to work out as much of it in sports, but I still have a lot left over for my real business. So if you are a competitive person, all the time your sixth sense, as you call it, is working on one part. I'm listening to you, but if I've seen you do this before, we've talked before, I've prepared by watching you or studying you before, the sixth sense takes over. So sometimes, when you are in a situation, people sometimes ask you saying, oh, did you think about that line before? I didn't. I mean, that sixth sense takes over at that time because you already kind of, it's moving faster than your mind. And it's actually telling you, okay, they're going to hit you with this. So you're already processing it. So you see that coming at you before it actually comes at you. So that I would say it's more like a instinct. You call it spirituality. I wouldn't go that far, but
sure.
There you have. But I just want to round off the earlier point. You asked me what did PM mean by that? What has changed? I think one part is we're really living under Prime Minister Modi in a different era. I mean, he has been in many ways personally transformational. He's churned the system in a very, very radical way. I mean, I joined the government when another Gujarati was a prime minister, Morarji Desai. Okay, so that's how far back I go. Huh? A lot of people, your listeners would be wondering, okay, what the hell is he even talking about?
No.
Huh?
You're still the poster boy of young India.
But look, it's not often you get people in any line of business, leave alone in something like running a nation. You can have the big thoughts, the strategic ideas, the grand vision. Huh? Very seriously, you have the revolutionary concepts that you chart out, okay, there's a different way of looking at a problem. That's one skill. And then you have going down to the details saying, okay, this needs to be tweaked, that detail needs to be looked at, this problem needs to be fixed. Guys, you haven't done the backup on this. Usually, there are talented people, inspired people who get the big picture. There are people who are very grounded, who kind of go down, drill down. It's very rare to find it in one person. And that, I would say, to me, is a very singular quality of Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah.
And that makes it in a way, very interesting to work with him, but it makes it very challenging because he can challenge you right up there. He can challenge you right down there,
What's your current challenge?
Look, the world's a tough place right now. We barely come out of this COVID thing. You had this Ukraine conflict and all the consequences which came out of it, energy, food, inflation, fertilizer. If we had not handled it well, we actually, the Indian consumer today, the average person, you and me, it would have actually hit us in our pockets. We would have seen much higher inflation. We'd be paying much more for our oil than we are. So I'm actually looking at the world where everything is coming at me at the same time. There's a health issue coming at me. There's an energy issue coming at me. I have a set of border problems on the border areas with the Chinese. I have the pending, the old problem with the Pakistanis who, have been doing terrorism for so long. And at the same time, I'm growing. My people are traveling abroad. And for me, one big part is how, foreign policy is not a kind of a board game or an academic exercise. It actually affects every person. So in my own mind, it's like, how do I get this foreign policy for you personally, right? How do I secure you when you travel? How do I look after you when you get into problems? How do I make sure, if you're a student, that you can work on the side and support yourself? Or that, you don't have to wait for 2.5 years for a visa by a foreign embassy. So it's, as I said, I've also learned, it's the small things, it's the big things, you got to get them both right.
The one truth I've learned about geopolitics is that it's money oriented. If you have the money, it helps you geopolitically. The second truth I've learned is that, and this I've learned in the last 3 days speaking to the cabinet ministers,
all right,
is that the role of entrepreneurs is just do your own thing, create employment, increase the exports of the country, help the country become richer. Would you like to give the youth and especially entrepreneurs any other geopolitical advice when it comes to this? I don't want to use the phrase India versus China, but this whole scenario. How can we help?
No, I think you're smart not using that phrase India versus China for this reason. Yes, we have issues with China, but that's not the only issue. I mean, we have to be fundamentally competitive. If I do not have the factories, if I do not have the as you say, the entrepreneurship, the businesses, the startup, the agriculture, the infrastructure. It's not just the Chinese. The rest of the world will also run over me. So, it is at the end of the day, there are roughly 200 nations in the world. Okay, maybe about 125, maybe much smaller. Okay. After that, once you start grading them, there will be a zone. Okay. There'll be a zone of countries who constantly compete with each other. They could even be friends. You know, the US and Europe are friends. They compete like hell. Okay. So you'd have a Europe, you'd have an America, Russia, China. Then you add, you know, maybe countries who are economically smaller than us, but they would compete in certain fields. You know. So, I mean, say, for example, you have a Vietnam. Vietnam is a much smaller economy. But the fact is, Vietnam competes when it comes to certain kinds of investment. Okay. So the bottom line, I think what the young people need to know is that today, it is all about building strengths. That when you say make in India, when you say startup India, when you say Gati Shakti, you know, you need, nobody is going to manufacture in India if your infrastructure is lousy. Okay. So they need to see the, you know, the smart ports, the good roads, the rapid movement of goods. Now, if you have to do all this, if you really need to create jobs, to me, at the end of the day, it's all about creating jobs and opportunities. There are many roads to it. Even foreign policy, I would say, especially foreign policy, is one road, which is our job is also to market India, to brand India, to make India a magnet so that the rest of the world says, okay, these are responsible guys, these are safe guys, let's go and do business. You know, they're not going to steal your stuff.
Okay. Basically chase excellence, create employment.
Absolutely.
And as we move forward in this chase of individual excellence, you will achieve national excellence.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
In the sport of global, in the global sport of geopolitics.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well said.
When you meet one of our rival nations' foreign ministers, like we saw you doing the Namaste to Bilawal Bhutto, what is your interaction with him, which the news doesn't capture, which only podcasts can potentially capture? And what's your interaction like with, say, the Chinese foreign minister if you meet him?
Diplomacy is an art of detail in a way. Okay, there's a lot of nuance, you know, body language, how you dress, what you say, how you look, how you hold your hands or don't hold your hands. So all of this counts. It depends on the person. It depends on the situation. It depends, you know, the context,
National
the
relationship.
Yes, that also.
Okay.
So you try to use. It's a bit like a choreography. So you use that occasion to do the signaling. I could modulate it depending on that. So it would depend on the situation. So there are times and occasions. So I wouldn't say there's a single formula.
Okay. Very raw question for you.
So please.
So pardon me if I'm crossing a line.
No.
What's the most pissed off you've gotten at one of these meetings? I'm sure something would have been said that just irritated you as a human being. And what was your response? And you don't need to name, or you can name if you wish.
You know, rarely by personal things, because mostly I've learned to absorb it. I take it's par for the course for me. Okay.
So,
what happens is things do get under my skin. And I give you a recent example. I've spoken about it. You know, I was actually landed, I forget, from Bangalore or something on a plane. And I saw this picture of this guy climbing up the Indian High Commission in London and trying to pull down a flag. So absolutely, it got under my skin. So, or if people, you know, they try and score points, you know, I personal points, I just shrug it. Okay, I put. But if I feel in some way the collective I in some way is demeaned or attacked or something, yes, you know, that's when I said, when I get pushed, okay. I mean, that I, as you rightly said, is not me the I, but I the India. But that sense that somewhere, if you're not given the respect, or you're not, if your people are condescending, or sometimes people ambush you.
Okay. And professionally, when do you feel the most alive? Like, when do you feel that you were born to do exactly this?
That's a feeling which kind of grew on me over a period of time. Part of it was, you know, I actually studied international relations, which is not that usual for people in diplomats. Now, I'm only the second foreign minister who's actually been a diplomat. Natwar Singh was the only other guy who'd been in that. So in a sense, my studies, my past long profession, my current responsibility, and even I had a brief break in business. Even that was international. I was with the Tata Group, and they gave me a kind of role in international business. So I've been in that sense, that feeling that you're bound to do this, frankly, has grown a lot. And in a way, I also came from a household which was very international. I live international. I mean, my family relationships are international. I spend most of my time international. So I guess it's sort of in you.
Okay. But at this stage of your life, is there any moment?
Occasionally, I do give lifestyle advice to younger people. Rarely, mostly when they ask. Okay. I don't dispense otherwise. I tell people, look, if you really like doing something, you'll be very good at it. The problem with most of us is we end up doing things which are not necessarily what we want to do.
It's what we're told to do.
It's what we're told to do, or circumstances make you.
Sure.
Okay. So for me, look, I always liked reading about the world. I like listening to music of the world. I like eating global food.
Sometimes consuming YouTube podcasts.
It's been a mix of all of that. So that what you say, we are bound to do it. Yeah, sure. I mean, all of this gets into that. Yeah, it's a natural.
Okay, all right. Yeah. This is a question that comes from the engineer inside me. Are you following the AI revolution based on whatever's happening in the world? I'm sure you are. I mean, that was just an intro to the question. Okay, that's podcasting techniques. Let's talk a little bit about the role of AI. I would love for you to also give an input on the role of quantum computing, because it's come up in geopolitical conversations. How do you look at it from your perspective? The future of technology. I don't know if you watch this show called Black Mirror.
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's about the technologies that are upcoming. And Yuval Noah Harari says that the stuff they've shown in Black Mirror is so realistic. It's either already happening or it's going to happen in 5 to 10 years.
Or it'll happen once you watch the show.
Possibly. Because science fiction determines where science goes. But do you follow whatever's happening in the world of engineering technology? And how do you look at it affecting our country, our foreign policy, etc., etc.?
I'm not an engineer. And I'll give you what I hope is like a common sense answer from my perspective. And I'll take you back actually to your first question.
Sure.
You asked me, do I watch patterns? Okay. Sure, I watch patterns. That's how I do my business. That's why I think I can be good at my business. Now, just imagine, I am humanly, because I have limited capabilities as a human being, I'm watching the patterns of 200 people who I deal with every day. Imagine if I could process the patterns of 200 million people. Okay. That's the world which you are talking about. That with each one of us, we are like a walking emitter of electronic patterns. Okay. What you download, what you say, what you listen to, what you buy, what you eat. You're creating, earlier on, there would have been a pattern, but you couldn't see it. Okay. Today, that pattern is organized. It has actually become a business. It has become politics. It has become strategy. It is actually, at the end of the day, this how do you sort of mega process patterns? And that then gives you a fantastic edge. So, imagine a Virat Kohli who has at his fingertips everything about everybody is ever going to be batting against. Man, that's a dream world, isn't it?
Be able to predict each delivery, each strategy. So maybe the way we should build out artificial intelligence as humans is we should develop an AI-based assistant for you. For you to be able to, that's
don't worry, it'll happen.
Or is it already happening? You never know. Okay. How often do quantum computing conversations come up? Because it's come up on the show from a geopolitical perspective. The first country that cracks it will...
Right now, actually, if you ask me what's right on our plate, it's much more semiconductors. There's this whole chip war, which is going on. You can say a tech war, which is going on. So a lot of what we are doing today is about that. And it's about how do you actually prepare for an era where, sort of chips, you can say, is the new oil. And in fact, I was a week ago in Europe, and thereafter with the PM at the Quad in Japan. And a big part of those conversations were really about how countries cooperate to ensure what we call trusted collaboration, which is countries who have that faith in each other, who have similar systems. We use the word like-minded. These are normally market economies, democracies, how people with companies who follow company ethics and rules, like we know. How do these countries really come together and create a kind of a supply chain? Now, here's the bit which I think particularly your younger listeners should look at. There was a time 10 years ago, well, maybe more, 7, 8 years ago even, I used to go around telling people, saying, look, you need to open up your economy more, mobility. There's Indians who would be looking for opportunities to work, because we really start, especially under Prime Minister Modi, one thing he keeps dinning into us, think of the world as a global workplace. Okay, this is one regular message we get from him in every possible way.
As a global workplace?
Global workplace. That don't think, your work opportunities could be anywhere. Now, it's your job in foreign policy to open up those doors. Okay. Why should a talented Indian be restricted? Okay. Now, if you are going to work everywhere, and this doesn't have to be rocket science, okay? I mean, you have people working in merchant shipping and air crews, in blue-collar jobs, in professional jobs, as chartered accountant, any profession you take. How do you actually give a full kind of space for Indian talent to do its best? Now, coming back to this, I find because today we are moving into that tech competition or tech wars era, there's a huge demand today for trusted talent, for people who play by the rules, who understand how the international business systems work, skilled people, talented people. And these are the age group, we are looking at kind of below 35s. They are massively in demand in the world. And we just came out of Australia. We did a mobility agreement. The week before, I signed one with Austria. Austria, is not a country which you'd immediately think of in terms of migration. Done it with Germany, with a number of European countries, and even with the US. Prime Minister is going to be going there next month. A lot of it is, look, how do we create the flows? Now, these kind of flows are going to be very different. It's, it's like the world. You are very familiar, perhaps more than me. Your habits change. People don't have to leave India anymore to work somewhere. The global workplace doesn't mean you shift your place. It just means your employer doesn't have to be in the same town or the same country, or the service you render doesn't have to be there. So that's the kind of world, we are getting prepared for. So for me, if you look at the tech space, the global workplace, the mobility, the semiconductor, the what called critical emerging technologies, this is really what is sucking up the oxygen.
When I was growing up in the 2000s and early 2010s, you'd often go for family functions where the families would encourage the kids to leave India. And that used to piss me off when I was a kid. Why do you want to leave your country? Let's do something for the country. Maybe that's just the cricket fan in me talking, but it led me in the right direction. More than half of all the engineering students with me in college left the country. A lot of them wish to come back. I want you to directly address those people who are on the fence about coming back. How do we reverse this brain drain problem? That's one part of the question. 2, please address the parents who still want their kids to leave the country. And please address the kids who want to leave the country for whatever reason.
Look, I would define the issue differently from you.
Sure.
If you define it as, brain drain, here's our country, there is abroad, why are you leaving? You're making it a kind of choice which you may not necessarily get the outcomes you want. Okay. I put it to you very differently. It's, the world's like a kind of a membrane. Huh? You can go in and out. And actually, that's what's going to happen. I've actually encountered a lot of people who do a job, go abroad, do a job, come back, go again abroad. The days when you said, oh, if I leave a foreign country and come back to India, oh my God, maybe I'll never go back again. Now that's no longer the case. So what you say, yeah, sure, maybe 10, 15 years ago, that's the way the world was. I think we need to today recognize that, there was a time when you said a short-term job is what is the employer's preference. For a lot of people today, would actually say, okay, let me take this, but I'm not sure I'm going to commit my entire life to this. That's also happening. So the job is changing, the people are changing, mobility is changing, global economy is changing. I think you're going to see a lot of this up and down, movement. And people will also realize in many industries that actually you may get an opportunity in India, which may be better than an opportunity abroad.
Yeah.
Sure.
We have too many Indian Steve Wozniaks sitting in America right now who've studied, gained experiences of working in tech there. We have a lot of Steve Jobses in India who are looking for Wozniaks to come back here and build the kind of companies that we're seeing built out in Silicon Valley. So do you have anything to say about that? Is that correct thinking?
Look, I've been to Silicon Valley a few times. I see changes even in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley today is much more interested in the valleys of India. That's also happening. So it's not like escape to Silicon Valley and guys, now I found Nirvana.
Anymore.
Sure. I think you're seeing a lot of people, out there coming back. After all, look, even for people out there, when they now see, you take the example of Apple, okay? Why it's been an important event is it's had a very strong resonance at different levels. It's had a resonance in manufacturing. It's a kind of validation of an improved business atmosphere. It's also, by the way, a testament to the quality of people they find. Now, frankly, this wouldn't have happened 10 years ago. So it's a very good example. Look, I can always tell anybody, everything is much better 10 years. Now you'll say, okay, show me the proof. To me, that's a proof. When you actually have good global companies, and the other interesting thing is when you have Indian companies, the big ones, who are actually now saying, maybe I'm going to invest a bit more in India. I don't need to necessarily hedge by going out. So that too is a factor. So things are happening.
Okay. Why are you doing this podcast?
I'm doing this podcast, one, because I like you. But two, I'm also doing it because I feel today you need to get people to understand what we are about, what the government's about, what the world is about. And different people absorb differently. Okay. There's still people, the beauty with India is you have 20 different mediums spread over 200 years. All of them are still working. It's like having an old model that's also working, and the latest gizmo is also working. So today, Man Ki Baat also works. Okay, newspapers also work. But it's who you're talking to.
Okay.
So, this is a different set of people I'm talking to, a different generation of people I'm talking to.
I would love to believe that my podcast audience is the one that wants aggressive growth. It's the Virat Kohlis of the future of this country. I hope so. So considering that these are all extremely aggressive leaders, one last question for you on this chat, and I hope it's the first chat of many, many more chats that we have eventually. What's your message to all the young Virat Kohlis watching this and young Jemima Rodriguez watching this who will take the country further?
I'm so glad you used the second name because I mean, I actually this year got really, I mean, it's something which I followed for some time, but I think when I watch the women's league, and I find that's something which is also really, when it's like watching a new emerging kind of activity. But
Vikings would always invade with the women as well.
Okay, all right.
We need to be Vikings now. Anyway, let's go on.
You notice I'm not disputing it. But no, look, my message would be different era, have self-belief. I mean, the kind of opportunities, the possibilities of this era are very different. I think today it's very important at one level. I spoke about thinking big and thinking kind of practical, deep detail. Similarly, I would say we need to look at the big choices we make, the national choices we make. We need to look at the personal choices we make. They're not divorced from each other. A good, sound national choice actually widens your personal choices. And look, anybody with age wants to be younger. Okay, it's a natural feeling. But truly, for someone who's today, say 20, there's a world waiting out them to happen. And I think it's the obligation of people like us to sort of open that up as much, to prepare it as much, to create that kind of favorable ground. And when maybe in the next chat we should do this. Actually, you look at Indian cricket and Indian diplomacy. I think there's a lot that they could learn from each other. That could be a subject in itself.
Wow. Okay. So many more tangential questions just related to that thought. One last question. There's also a lot of YouTubers, and I would like to say extremely early thought leaders. Maybe we are, because we do influence a large mass of people. What's your message for them? What role do we have for our country?
Look, I think today you honestly don't have to be experienced, which is another nice way of saying a little older, to lead. Leadership can come from a young person. Conversely, there are people who may be older, who would relate to a young person precisely because they have that kind of confidence. I was very struck. I was reading something which P.V. Sindhu had written. And one of the points she made was, how is it that Narendra Modi is today a youth icon? Why is he a youth icon? It's a very interesting question. It's worth thinking about. So I think that's a good note to end this session. So I too look forward to another one at some stage. I've given you an idea today, but always open to your thoughts.
Dr. Jaishankar, honor of my life. That's all I will say. Thank you for everything you're doing. The whole I is India conversation. Mm-hmm. We all know that secretly. The youth is obsessed with geopolitics nowadays. Thank you, sir. Means a lot. Looking forward to talking to you again. If I may be able to do so, I would like to fist bump you and say thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Learning from you every day. That was the episode for today, ladies and gentlemen. Big tick mark on my own career objective sheet. This is a legend. I just spoke to a legend. Trust me, it took time to sink in. Like, it was just a 45-minute conversation, and I know that the next time I meet him, it's going to be a 2-hour conversation. We're going to go much deeper. We're going to cover many more topics. I'm going to ask him a lot more questions that Abhijit Chavda, Rajiv Malhotra, Abhijit Iyer Mitra have raised in my mind, but that's for the next time. For now, I request you to share this episode as much as possible. More cabinet minister interviews are coming up. Thanks to MyGov India helping TRS crack these conversations. Please give me your feedback, ladies and gentlemen. I want to know what you thought of this conversation. I want to know what we can improve. And I want to know who else you'd like to see when it comes to this political phase of TRS. I always try bringing out the human side of the person. And I hope that you enjoy these conversations as much as I enjoy creating them for you. Lots of love to you guys. Lots of gratitude. Dr. Jaishankar will be back on TRS. Lots of love and gratitude and peri pona to him. Thank you, sir, for everything you do for the country. I hope to see you soon. Was an honor speaking to you. And it's always an honor creating episodes for you guys. Ranveer, we'll see you soon, everybody.
Every week we used to travel between Leh and Kargil and Dras and Batalik, all those places which became famous later. Vikram Batra, I met the famous Vikram Batra. Met him. And third day after that, he died in that action. And he had narrated the story of how Pakistanis were taunting him, Sher Shah, ab wapas nahi ja paoge, वगैरह. But he was a very gung-ho and a very confident young man at that point in time. Or even with somebody knowing, you just put in the paper. So that used to be called booth capturing. It was an art of the political parties. Whoever was the Bahubali would be able to do that. So we have come a long way from there.
Wild West.
Wild West. Yeah, many ways.
What kind of India did you guys have, man?
So we have seen both sides. We've seen the Wild West of India, or the Wild West kind of India. We used to wait for 3 years to get a scooter, a Bajaj two-wheeler.
I don't want to know all this also. Because, like,
you will not realize
depressive.
it. Yeah,
whenever I hear my parents talk about it, it seems sad.
Sad, yeah.
Like, you guys look at it fondly, but that's not a country. I personally love speaking about history on TRS, but it has to be with the right communicators, the right storytellers, and the right media professionals. Nitin Gokhale is one of the most respected minds whose journey began in the world of journalism. Today, he's known as one of the leading strategy analysts, and his commentaries on the world of geopolitics and defense strategy are respected by not just Indians, but people all over the world. That's not specifically what we spoke about in the show today. We actually spoke about what led to the kind of times that we see in India today. So this is the history of India post-independence. If you're someone who enjoys our episodes with Abhijit Chavda, you will enjoy this kind of a breakdown as well. I feel a lot of Indians need to learn much more about Indira Gandhi's tenure, Jawaharlal Nehru's tenure, what happened after Indira Gandhi. These kind of topics are covered in today's episode. Go see the topic list for today's episode to know what kind of conversation this is. All I'll say is he's a man who's seen some very intense experiences, but then he's also a man who's constantly learning. He's constantly studying the past in order to analyze the present and the future much better. He's a fantastic communicator. And today, Nitin Gokhale sir is on the Ranveer show. So enjoy the conversation. Nitin Gokhale sir, how are you?
Very well, thank you. It's good to be in this city.
When I'm talking to someone as senior as you, there was a point in my life where I used to be very nervous to talk to people like yourself. And now I've done so many podcasts that I've realized that everyone's a bro on the inside.
we all of us have a child inside us, right?
Yeah. And some children just become mentors to the defense leaders of our country.
No, that's just happenstance. That's just accident. Over the years, one has interacted with them and slowly become their mentors. But I still learn a lot in those interactions when I go to these places.
Okay. You were telling me about how, very interestingly so, you switched from being a sports journalist to what? What did you switch to? Why didn't you say it?
Well, I gradually switched. Journalism of our kind in our time in the 80s when I started. First of all, I'm an accidental journalist. I wanted to join the forces, especially the Air Force as a fighter pilot. Instead of that, I accidentally strayed into journalism just as a stopgap arrangement. But I got seduced by the mechanism of journalism, the passion in journalism, and stayed on. And here I am, 40 years, not a moment's regret in doing so. So I started off as a trainee sports journalist. Then gradually I started putting the pages together in a local regional newspaper in Assam. And then what we call gutter journalists, that is the municipal reporting of no water, the sewage not working, the municipality authorities not working, those kind of things. And then gradually, because I was in Assam, in the northeast, the only thing that was getting attention that time in the early or mid 80s was insurgency, violence. So the military and the militants became staple diet for news. So then I gradually turned to that, and that's how I have become primarily known as a conflict reporter and a defense analyst or a strategic affairs analyst, whatever you want to call it, but that's where it is.
How do you introduce yourself to an American kid who meets you in America today? You have a 13-year-old American kid saying, "Hey, sir, what do you do?" How do you...
Well, I say I report on wars and violence and the kind of Star Wars or Afghanistan reporting that, Afghanistan fighting that you would see on television. We are the reporters who do it. I would do it that way. But primarily, I would say I'm more interested in the history and the texture of war, how it takes place, why conflicts take place, and how conflicts pan out. So I've covered the Kargil War, for instance. I've covered the Sri Lanka final war between the LTT and the Sri Lankan forces. So, and the several insurgencies in the Northeast, which were there at their peak in the 80s and 90s when I was reporting from there. So I've learned a lot from those men from both sides and women in the insurgents ranks. But that's the way conflict pans out. So I would introduce myself as a conflict observer now, earlier a conflict reporter. But conflict in societies are inevitable across the globe. And that's what I report, or have reported.
Okay. You've done on-ground reporting as well.
Very much so. I'm actually primarily an on-ground reporter. So I've done 45 days in Kargil, 3 years more or less in Sri Lanka, and 23 years in the Northeast, which is now in the news because of the Manipur violence. But this was exactly the thing that was happening across all states of the Northeast at one point in the late 80s, early 90s. So one has covered all those insurgencies.
Which one did you find psychologically the most difficult?
Towards the mid-90s, I realized that I was doing it mechanically and there was a thrill in it. In Assam, when the insurgency was at its peak in the late 90s, one incident really shook me, which I must share. And what happens to conflict reporters or can happen to conflict reporters is one example that I can cite. So in 1997, Mother Teresa died of illness, of old age, whatever. And our elder son was then he was about 8 years old, studying in a convent school in Guwahati. He came back early because they declared holiday because she had passed away. So I was doing something, I was to work out of home. And I was writing something. He said, I'm excited, I've come back home early. And I came back and went away. Then after about half an hour, he came back and said, tell me, who killed Mother Teresa? So I said, nobody killed her, she died. No, but somebody has to kill her, no? Because all around him, he used to hear every day that policeman has been killed or an insurgent has been killed. I used to speak on the phone with my fellow reporters or with my colleagues, where I used to ask, what's the score today? 5 killed, 3 injured, very casually. And he was also absorbing that same thing, that death means somebody has to kill the other person. There's natural deaths concept was not in his mind at that point, at that age. I suddenly realized, I've become almost inhuman or I've become casual in treating deaths. Since then, I started being very careful about reporting the human side of insurgency, its fallout, victims, the perpetrators, all of them have human side to it. And so my tone and tenor of my reporting changed since then.
So you were probably dry about it earlier?
Very dry and very matter of fact.
Okay.
Very matter of fact, but then I started bringing in the stories behind the people who are involved in the violence, in the insurgency, counter-insurgency, all that.
Pardon my language, but what's the most up thing you've seen in your career?
A family of 7 or 8 people having been gunned down and a 3-year-old toddler splashing in the pool of blood in that house. was the most shocking thing. I still remember.
Where was this?
This was in a district called Nalbari in Assam. One family of a United Liberation Front of Assam was a group, insurgent group. One of the leaders, his family, his brother and his sister-in-law and the entire family were gunned down by nobody knows who. But when we arrived there, we saw this sight.
It was an insurgent leader.
The insurgent leader wasn't there in the house. It was his brother and his relatives were massacred.
So amongst the insurgent leaders, basically insurgent is another way of saying a soft terrorist.
Yes, so there is, this is always the confusion that happens because insurgents are people who are fighting for say a political cause. Not that the terrorists don't fight for a political cause, but insurgency in Northeast was mainly about seceding from India in one particular case in Nagaland. The others were about righting the wrongs or perceived wrongs that they felt about a community or an ethnic group or a region. So therefore they were called, their distinction was that they were not mindlessly killing people. They would pick only security officials or officials who were decision makers in perpetrating the discrimination against a group or a region.
Like bureaucrats?
Bureaucrats, police officers, politicians sometimes, but they wouldn't indiscriminately kill or plant a bomb in a bus which is taking civilians or families. They won't do that. So therefore there was a subtle distinction at one point in time. They had principles. They would not attack convoys which were carrying families from place A to place B. All those were there. So we used to be very careful in using those terms. Terrorist, insurgents, militants, all these were not very interchangeable words, should not be interchangeable words. Some people use it, but we were very careful that time when I was there.
Okay. Who would kill an insurgent or an insurgent's family that way? This seems like some sort of a revenge killing.
So because of the opaque nature of insurgencies and counter-insurgencies, there were groups, vigilante groups which came up with support of the government or who were pro-government people who had come out of the insurgent groups had become rivals.
Why?
Because again, leadership tussle in the insurgent groups or they were lured away by the governments. Money, jobs or even giving political role to them. So governments, any nation state or a government would use what we call Sam, Dam, Dandabhed, to break the ranks or break the unity of the insurgents. That happened at several places, in several instances in the Northeast.
Explain Samdan and
Dandabhed. So there is a thing that Chanakya had said, that use all kinds of methods to subjugate the adversary or the enemy. So it can be money, sort of lure of money. It could be a hard act like violence or killing somebody, beheading somebody in front of the crowd so that the terror is spread. There's Dand is that hard one. Dam is like buy them out. Then Bhed is divide them. Bhed karo dono mein. So that is the kind of thing which he had said. So Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed is what they used to say, that any means to subjugate the adversary is par for course.
Sam is like a positive way.
Positive thing, yeah. So
like talk to them,
talk to them or persuade them and sort of emotionally blackmail them, something of that kind.
I was born in 1993. God has blessed me with a very sharp memory. So I have very vivid memories of 1997 at least. I think that's the earliest that I can remember. Junior KG.
Right.
There was a movie called Sarfarosh.
Yes.
Amir Khan's Sarfarosh.
John Matthews is the director, I think.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Sarfarosh kind of scared the shit out of me as a kid because of the opening scene where they show families traveling in a bus and then insurgents stop the bus. So I think militants stop the bus in Kashmir and gun down all the families and all that. And I have this memory of an uncle of mine telling me that, see, this is how our country is. This is what happens out there in the country.
Right.
So this is one thought bubble. Cut to 2023, I have a dear friend of mine, Abhay Gulbani, and we were talking about exactly this, that we remember memories of the 90s being very violent.
Right.
Was the world much more violent then? Or is the world still as violent and it's just not reported as much?
No, I think every era has the same kind of violence, but it shifts from one place to the other. India was very violent in the 80s and the 90s, very violent. So there was Punjab insurgency. Indian army was involved in IPKF, or the Indian Peacekeeping Force was deployed in Sri Lanka against the Tamil Tigers for 3 years. Huge violence there. At the same time, the Kashmir violence started in 1990 and the insurgencies in the Northeast. At one point in time, Northeast had more than 40 insurgent groups with free flow of arms, guns, and then drugs mixed with drug smuggling, carving out areas of influence like that. So it was a violent period. India has gone through a lot of pain and trouble in those years. I think what we see now is nothing compared to what was there, because we had Bombay blasts in 1993. We had riots. Communal riots used to be very rampant. So one has lived through many of these. Like you, I remember the biggest riot in India, in my view, or my memory, was in 1969, when I was barely 7 years old, in Ahmedabad. So everybody talks about the 2002 violence in Gujarat. People have forgotten what happened in 1969. If you go back and try and dig out, maybe a similar number or more people died in communal violence that time.
What's the context here?
Same. 69 again was Hindu-Muslim, so I don't even remember, but I remember very distinctly how people were roasted alive in a bakery. I was in class 1, I think, and I used to go to school and everything shut down. I have a distinct memory of watching one man being tied to a pole and being beaten by people.
Watching?
Watching.
As in
I mean, watching myself from the window of our house. Like that. It used to be that bad. Police never came so quickly, all that. So I remember, I still have that memory in my head.
Man, why was India like this? Like, why was there an underworld in the first place? And such a rampant underworld.
It was not just underworld, even ordinary people got caught into it, really, if you ask me. And
India was like Mexico back then.
Well, I haven't seen Mexico, so I won't know. But I'll tell you what, in the partition time, and even before that, political parties, the Congress that time and the Muslim League and Jinnah and others, they were constantly looking for their own benefits. And therefore, and the British made sure that they remained divided. You know the policy, what's called divide and rule. The British were doing that. And that continued during partition. We had a very bloody partition, as you were aware. People migrated in huge numbers, mammoth numbers, from India to what became Pakistan, and from Pakistan to India. And those memories continued, and some of those painful fallouts were carried through. And then politicians discovered that this is one way of keeping, say, the Muslim community on their side, saying, we will protect you. Vote for us en bloc. That's how the concept of vote bank came in, right? And therefore, if you engineer riots, I'm using that word because that's something that we learned as young reporters, that riots are engineered in most cases. They're not spontaneous. Somebody sort of lights a spark and then it spreads. It was done to instill fear amongst both communities, and then you vote for your own leaders or your own people.
To instill fear, to create a need for protection.
Absolutely. And which will be given by the politicians or the police. And that's how India was.
Okay. Do you think Jawaharlal Nehru was as bad as the conspiracy?
Literate country. Also, he made a lot of mistakes. He assumed a lot of things. In international relations, he wanted to be a statesman. He wanted India to be a moral force, without realizing that moral force or authority comes only when you have hard power. So, hard power in terms of army, in the terms of military, he neglected that.
Did he grow up rich?
He was a rich man's son, very rich.
Sounds like a little sheltered boy mentality.
Very much. See, I want to draw your attention to one fact which this generation may not know. Everybody talks about Nehru and Gandhi having spent time in prison, long years in prison. The prison for them was some guest house, Aga Khan Palace, or whatever. They could read, they could, carry on their daily activities in a normal time. They were just confined to that place. It wasn't prison, not like solitary confinement, not like, what you go through, hard grind, nothing. And they were political prisoners, and they were treated by the British very gingerly, with velvet gloves, and they kept them in relative comfort. Whether it's Mahatma Gandhi or Jawaharlal Nehru or any of those political leaders or their political prisoners. And therefore they wrote books, Discovery of India, they wrote things. And he of course came from a very rich family. His father was a lawyer, then founder, one of the early members of the Indian National Congress. So his worldview was influenced by the European thoughts, for instance.
I mean, there's so many people who come on the show and chat all over his legacy. So I've always tried digging out the truth on this show, and I'm very open to hearing a whole positive side about him.
No, so because I concentrate my own work in strategic and military matters or foreign affairs and all that. See, Nehru had this strong desire to be a world leader. And he wanted to project India as a moral force, having one mistaken notion again, having one freedom through non-violence. Actually, if you look back during those years between, say, 1920 and 1947, the kind of violence India went through was like what you described, Mexico or the Wild West. There were so many instances of violence. And British got scared of the naval mutiny, for instance, was the last straw on the camel's back. And so many other things happened. They had got enfeebled because of the World War II. So it's again a mistaken notion to say India won freedom through non-violence and ahimsa and all that. But Nehru wanted to continue that. He didn't want any military kind of a thing. He was suspicious of the military or the police, anything in uniform.
Why?
That I have not really, analyzed or not gone into it. But going by the evidence that we have, how he disempowered the military, how he treated the military shabbily, didn't allow them to expand, didn't allow them to acquire the necessary wherewithal to fight a war. And he misjudged China completely. The Chinese really played him along and humiliated him at the end of it in 1962. So, in my field of work, Nehru comes across as, again, to use your term, loosely informed or half informed and highly opinionated, because he didn't apply his mind or didn't heed advice from the right people about what were the intentions of the Chinese against India, or the designs that Chinese had against India. And we paid for it. And that shadow of that defeat remained on the psyche of the Indian decision makers, on the minds of the Indian public for a long period, almost 40, 45 years. Except for the fact that in 1967, we did give them a bloody nose in Nathula within 5 years of the humiliation in 1962. But that apart, we were always very cautious about how we deal with China. And we were always gung-ho about how we deal with Pakistan because of that historical legacy. And I blame Nehru for it, because he had a very romantic view of the Chinese, or the Asian solidarity as he described it at one point in time. But the Chinese were a completely different league. They knew their national interest, their self-interest, and they did what they wanted to do this. To humiliate India. Nehru did not look at national interest, he looked at his personal interest. That's my grouse against him.
Two-pronged question.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, what would have happened if we had won the 1962 Indochina War? Second question, specifically, maybe strategically, why did we lose?
We lost because the military was never prepared and the military advice was never heeded. If the military advice was heeded that this is not the time to do what was called the forward policy of deploying people in penny packets without being realized.
Give context, sir.
Okay. So you have a 4,000 kilometer border with the Chinese. In 1962, we had barely about 1,000 people in Ladakh looking after that, say, 970 kilometers of border with China. Harsh conditions, no logistics support in the sense that no supply chain, because 6 months the roads used to be closed. There used to be no roads. You had to supply by air. Similarly, in what was called NEFA, Northeast Frontier Agency, now Arunachal Pradesh, The remotest areas were not accessible by even foot. You had to really climb mountains and get there. But you went and said, okay, this is the line that the British have drawn. This is the boundary between then Tibet and India, later China and India, and we must defend it at any cost. So the military advice was that we are now in no position to put people there. And when I say penny packets, if you put 4 soldiers in a post, they need to be backed up by 10 other people in terms of giving them rations, giving them ammunition, continuously supplying them and supporting them. But you only had those 4 people there, but there was no 10 people here. And therefore, that became a penny packet which can be attacked anytime, overwhelmed anytime. And that's exactly what the Chinese did. In a month's time, they humiliated the Indian military, which was not bad. They fought very valiantly, very bravely. We have stories about all that of 1962. But this was not a military plan. It was just emotional and in Hindi they say, hawa mein kiya hua plan. And therefore, we lost. And if we had won, then we would have become a preeminent power in Asia much earlier than now. We are poised to become a large country, I mean a big power, which is wooed by the world and which is looked up by many smaller neighbors as somebody who can stand up to China, as we have done in Ladakh in the last 3 years. So all that would have changed. But I think that psychological scar of that huge, humiliating defeat remained for several years in the official hierarchy or official machinery in the government of India.
What else did we lose?
We lost prestige, we lost standing. Nobody was willing to touch us. The Americans went against us. We had to go to the Soviet Union, which is now Russia, for a treaty. And despite that, in 1971, and this is the resilience of this country and the leadership of Indira Gandhi, we and the military leaders at that point in time, Sam Manekshaw, SM Nanda, PC Lal, they were these air, navy and the army chiefs. We won the 1971 war very decisively. One of the greatest military and diplomatic and political triumphs you can see anywhere in the world. Creation of another nation state in Bangladesh. That happened. This is the same people, same army, within 9 years had bounced back and won that famous victory.
Just better planning.
Better planning, taking time, patience. Like there is this famous story that Sam Manekshaw, General Sam Manekshaw, later Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw, told the cabinet that this is not the time to go, and the cabinet also had the same understanding that one should not initiate the war. We should not be seen, India should not be seen as an aggressor. So there were enough wise people at the top that time, in the bureaucracy, in the diplomatic community, in the military, and of course Indira Gandhi as the Prime Minister. Everyone decided that this is not the time to launch the war in March 1971. We could wait for the opportune time, and that's exactly what they did. In 13 days, the war was won.
You know, something my generation doesn't know at all? I won't say at all, people are getting to know about it, is Indira Gandhi's kind of grey legacy. That's how I look at it. And it is a grey legacy, right?
Sure, there's always a mixed bag for every leader, really, if you ask me. But grey legacy, in what sense would you think that she was successful, highly successful in some cases, and then also was a dictatorial leader that way?
Yes, pretty much. I can't add much more to that other than, we've had some sick people on the show who look back at her in a very negative way. We've had people who look back at her fondly. A lot of older women look back at her fondly. So my outcome, my download is that it's a little grey. But I think someone like you...
It is. So I was a young reporter. I just started off when she was assassinated within a year and a half of my starting off as a journalist. 1984 riots is something that I didn't witness it, but of course I was reading it and I was hearing it from fellow reporters in Delhi, all that. So that was her bad legacy. There were a couple of mistakes that she made, big mistakes. One was the imposition of emergency against all her instincts. And I would think from the literature that is available and the people that I have spoken to, that she became isolated. She was completely cordoned off by her son, Sanjay Gandhi, and some of her inner circle people.
You'll have to give complete context here. Why don't you do like a quick story of
So
Indira Gandhi?
she became prime minister under unfortunate circumstances when Lal Bahadur Shastri, as her second prime minister, died in Russia.
Mysteriously
in harness. And in January 1966, she became the prime minister. The Congress party stalwarts, leaders in the Congress party, they were, old style leaders with not mass-based but organizational control. They thought they will be able to control her. So she was actually at one point in time called Gungi Gudiya. You would have heard this if you have read the literature, that she was a dumb doll, to translate it in English. But she grew into a job thanks to some good advisors and all that, and her innate nature and experience she would have had with her father for so many years. 17 years, Jawaharlal Nehru was the prime minister.
You think Lady Mountbatten also meant? Sorry.
Well, I'm sure they would have met. I mean, there are photographs of all that. She would have been aware of her father. Her father was a widower. And I think he didn't think of what people would think. I mean, now those photographs are coming out. He lighting a cigarette of Lady Mountbatten or laughing with her. All those pictures have come out.
He got that swag.
He had. I mean, of course, he was handsome. He was a Kashmiri and fair from what is seen. But that is something that she had I won't say a very successful marriage. Indira Gandhi herself, but I think political grooming was excellent, and therefore she grew into a job. And by 1969, she had come into her own and had become her own person in taking decisions. 1971 was her highest kind of achievement and glory days. 71 war. In fact, Atal Bihari Vajpayee praised her. Didn't call her Durga though, like many people have alluded. But what happened is increasingly the success meant that she increasingly became isolated, surrounded by her younger son, Sanjay Gandhi, who was a political goon.
Please, you'll have to give context here also.
Because he was very aggressive and he wanted to control everything. So he used to control appointments with her. He started that Maruti project.
I know very little about Sanjay Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi.
So Rajiv Gandhi was a pilot in the Indian Airlines that time. So he wasn't much in the politics. But Sanjay Gandhi, again, it is before my time also, because as I said, I started journalism only in 1983. But I've read and there is interest in history. So Sanjay Gandhi, Bansilal and all these people. And what happened was the one judgment of the Allahabad High Court in electoral malpractices went against her. The High Court unseated her, saying that she can't be an MP because she's indulged in these electoral irregularities.
She tried hacking the voting system?
So that time there used to be booth capturing. We didn't have EVMs that time, the electronic voting machines. So there used to be these boxes where you would put the paper ballots. And booths were sort of there, large booths, where you could isolate that booth and get your own supporters or your own people to just put in paper ballots in your name and do that isolated way or without anybody knowing. Or even with somebody knowing, you just put in the paper. So that used to be called booth capturing. It was an art of the political parties. Whoever was the Bahubali would be able to do that. So we have come a long way from there. So anyway, she was unseated.
Wild West.
Wild West. Yeah, many ways.
What kind of India did you guys have, man?
See, but we have survived that and we have come to this stage. So we have seen both sides. We have seen the Wild West of India, or the Wild West kind of India. Poor, underprivileged, shortage of everything. We used to wait for 3 years to get a scooter, a Bajaj two-wheeler. To be bought.
I don't want to know all this also.
You will not realize it. Yeah,
whenever I hear my parents talk about it, it seems sad.
Sad, yeah.
Like you guys look at it fondly, but that's not a country.
I'm saying, so we went through all that. I mean, we had shortages, but today look at your generation. I mean, you never feel that shortage. You're privileged, you're entitled, and it's good. The country is progressing.
The,
So anyway, to come back to
the
Indira
only
Gandhi.
reason I like knowing is the perspective and
Yes, exactly.
a better picture.
Yeah, and no, and you struggled for life. I mean, people didn't have luxury of holidays. People didn't have luxury of off days.
Gen Zs, 10 years younger than me, their parents are also 10 years younger than my parents.
Yes.
Basically born in the 70s, those parents. Mine are born in the 60s.
60s, yeah.
Very different mentality.
Correct.
They saw that opening up of the Indian economy and all
Absolutely.
that. They let their kids do whatever they want.
Yeah.
My parents' generation was difficult to even tell my parents I wanted to do entrepreneurship.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, so I don't blame you guys.
So no, nothing. I mean, I'm just giving you a perspective. We've actually benefited hugely because we survive. We can survive in any circumstances. Is what I feel, and that's been our strength. Toughness in everything: mental, physical, financial. We've seen bad days. Very poorly paid profession, underpaid, overworked profession that I worked in, but not a moment's regret. But to come back to Indira Gandhi, so Sanjay Gandhi took hold of her psychologically in a way. Then he was controlling her towards the end, sort of 80s. After the emergency, she became isolated. She got defeated in the elections in 1977. Then she came back because they were squabbling, the old people who had come in the Janata Party between 1977 and 1980. Then she came back to power. But by the time she had become completely dependent on Sanjay Gandhi, who was her younger son and politically the controlling master of the party,
Dependent
the
how?
Congress, in sense of taking decisions and posting bureaucrats, appointing chief ministers, all that he was doing. He was the power behind the throne.
And what was his skill set or whatever?
Nothing. The power was derived from the mother and the third generation of the Nehru Gandhis, like that.
Like younger, savvy.
brash, and kind of thing. But he died in a air crash in 1982.
Mysteriously?
Not really. He was again reckless. So he was flying that small plane in Delhi's Safdarjung area, and what happened nobody knows. I mean, mysteriously, you can call it mysterious, but I mean, obviously, it's like taking out a sports car and driving rashly, like the young rich kids do. Even today, we've heard, the BMW case, we've heard about other things. It must have happened that way. I'm not very sure what exactly happened, but he crashed in Delhi and died. And then Rajiv Gandhi was forced to enter politics, and the rest is history. But Indira Gandhi, therefore, 71, peak of her popularity, peak of her abilities to take strategic decisions. She broke up Pakistan, helped create Bangladesh. She formed, she did so many strategic decisions. She took merger of Sikkim into India in 1975. She also did creation of the RNAW in 1968 under her watch. So many things to her credit, but then later part, she sort of slid down the popularity and then became dictatorial, not by instinct, but by circumstances, I would think, to be charitable. Because of, as I said, the setback in the elections, then the defeat in the elections in 1977, and then the paranoia which comes in when you're isolated from the feedback you get from different people. When only one or two people give you feedback, or when one or two people tell you what others are thinking. You're hearing
control over
complete psychological control, or the feedback mechanism is then controlled by those people. So they're telling you the things that you want to hear rather than what is actually happening. Then you become like that. And then by the time she took this decision to send the army into the Golden Temple in 1984, I think she was overwhelmed by the circumstances and bad advice. Because sending army against your own people is always bad judgment. And it went wrong, the operation, it was an impossible operation. And then she paid with her life by her bodyguards assassinated her, as we know.
And India's still paying for it 40 years later.
Yeah, in some ways, but I think we have also learned lessons. We've come out of that. वो कहते हैं ना सोना निखर के आता है आग में से आता है तब so India is in that position now. You've come through so many insurgencies, so much of turmoil, so many unrest in so many parts of this country together. I think 80s and the 90s were terrible for India in terms of both communal riots and these insurgencies, this Khalistan problem in Punjab, terrorist problem in Punjab, financial crunch. We've come through all that. So I think this generation is lucky in that sense.
You know, this whole thing about Manmohan Singh opening up the economy in 1993, my question was always, why didn't it happen in 73 or 63 or 53?
Because Nehru adopted what is called the commanding heights of socialism model from the Soviet Union.
And Indira Gandhi
continued it.
I mean, she had the legacy of her father to continue, but also probably pressure from the Soviet Union.
That's one, and also, that it was easy to mislead people or keep people under control by saying, we are giving Garibi Hatao. Her slogan in 1971 elections was Garibi Hatao. So, for 40 or whatever, 30 years since 47 or 25 years since 47, you had not removed poverty or not even made attempts to remove them. Then you go like cattle, whoever tells you. That's exactly what used to happen. But again, credit to Narasimha Rao as Prime Minister, of course forced by circumstances to open up the economy. While most of the credit goes to Manmohan Singh in popular imagination or in popular literature, without the political backing and political support of Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, this wouldn't have happened.
Why don't you talk a little bit about PM Narasimha Rao? Because my generation doesn't know too much, honestly.
Okay, again.
My first memory of PM is Gujarat.
Okay, 1997. Yeah.
He was there for like a year, right?
Yeah. So, again, that was one has to also look at the period between 1989 and 2014. We had a period of coalition governments in Delhi, where there were weak governments, there were compromised governments, they were constantly compromising on issues because no single party got majority. After Rajiv Gandhi in 1985, you had Narendra Modi getting the majority in 2014. So that period also weakened India quite a lot because, people could be bought from smaller parties, bigger parties, they could be compromised. And they would compromise for their own interests. All that happened in that period. But Narasimha Rao doesn't get the credit that he deserves because he did 2 or 3 things which saved India from total doom. What you saw in Sri Lanka in 2022, India was in that position in 1990 because we shipped our gold to mortgage it in the European banks because we didn't have enough money. So the IMF and the World Bank said, you'll have to do A, B, C, D up to Z to reform your economy, open up the economy, liberalize it as they call it. But he was firm and he was not in full control of the parliament, mind you. He didn't have the full majority. He was a compromise candidate because Rajiv Gandhi had got assassinated. Congress party had reluctantly made him the prime minister. But he made sure that the country remained intact. Country overcame that crisis.
How was Rajiv Gandhi as a PM?
Well, he was very, the word that I should use is that he was idealistic, but without being rooted in the reality of the practical, real politic of it.
South Delhi, Kilamanya.
Exactly, Doon school.
Okay. Now I have nothing against the Gandhi family, dude.
No.
Like this is whole podcast.
Neither do I, because I have nothing. I don't deal in political reporting or whatever. I'm just giving you what I thought of at that point in time. That he when he was elected, he was young, he was progressive, he was the first jeans-clad prime minister. His wife was beautiful. She seemed, they seemed a very ideal couple. I saw them in Mizoram in 1986. He driving an open jeep. People were so impressed and so hopeful, but he let that legacy slip because of several wrong decisions and bad advisors again. You collect your own buddies from school who have no political experience, who have no connection to the real Bharat. You're confined to the Tony clubs of Delhi and Bombay and Calcutta. So you don't have the real feel. And that's exactly what happened with him.
Before I let you continue further on this story, let's come back to present day context.
Right.
Because a lot of people are listening to us.
Yes.
And they're assuming that you are pro BJP and anti Congress.
No.
So just give some context.
I'm not pro or anti this thing. I'm giving you a very objective perspective of an observer who's lived through these times. That I was also very hopeful. I've written pieces, I remember, in the local newspapers that I was in, that Rajiv's glory year, 1985. He went to the US, he wooed the US joint session of the US Congress and the Senate. Reagan welcomed him with open arms. You know, there are pictures and things. He was so impressed. The Americans were impressed. The American press was so impressed because he was suave, he was fluent in English. You know, he seemed like, for them, people like us kind of thing to the Western world. And he did try to get in a lot of new progressive ideas into the government. So he introduced computers. He also wanted to privatize some of the government enterprises. He had a good railway minister in Madhav Scindia, who actually computerized the railway reservation system during his time. Many of these things happened. But his larger vision or larger control of the government and the international role that India should have played went haywire because he was also impetuous. He was impatient. So the Sri Lanka Accord was forced on the Tamil Tigers in 1987, which then finally resulted in his own assassination by the Tamil Tigers in 1991. Similarly, he did many accords. At one point in time, we used to call him an accordion because he did Mizoram Accord, he did Assam Accord, he did a Gorkhaland Accord, he did Punjab Accord, he did that's the Gorkhaland Accord and the Punjab Accord, and the Sri Lanka Accord. So 6 accords in 3 years. So he was trying to, get things, shore up things, but again, very hasty and impetuous. He sacked a foreign secretary publicly because he disagreed with him, or he announced some decision before the Prime Minister could announce. So in a press conference, he said, tomorrow you will see another foreign secretary sitting here. Humiliating. The bureaucracy goes against you, you're doomed as a Prime Minister or a Chief Executive of this country. So that happened to him. And therefore, I'm saying this, that after he got defeated in the 1989 elections, then we had a series of these short-lived governments. So I.K. Gujral, H.D. Devegowda, V.P. Singh to begin with after Rajiv Gandhi, 9 months, 10 months, Chandrasekhar. We had V.P. Singh, Chandrasekhar, Gujral, Devegowda, followed by Narasimha Rao. Then Vajpayee's 13-day government in 1996, followed by a 3-year, 1.5-year-old government, 18 months government in again Vajpayee, and then a 5-year term for Atal Bihari Vajpayee from 1999 to 2004. And then we had Manmohan Singh for the next 10 years.
Do you think if Rajiv Gandhi had not been assassinated, he would have been good for the country in the long term?
Yes, he was. Actually, he had matured. He had decided, he had realized what his mistakes were, and he was about to implement or eliminate those mistakes and implement new plans. He was full of beans. I remember when he was assassinated, it was a big shock, not just to his family or to the Congress party, but to the nation. Because that time he had learned his lessons. He had, as I said, matured. He had also realized that India is not a homogeneous entity, not a small country. It has different problems, so they should be tackled at different levels. And his speech in 1985, before he became the Prime Minister, I get the dates confused, but whatever. He made one speech to the All India Congress Committee in Bombay, attacking the old guard in the party. Now, if you take on the old guard, they are also going to resist. They are also going to gang up on you. So, he didn't have that understanding of that in the first term that he was Prime Minister. If he had become Prime Minister in 1991, as was expected, I suspect he would have done far better, and we would have had a different direction to the recent history of India.
Lavanya was turning into Shubman Gill.
Yes, probably.
Sorry for the cricket
Probably.
reference.
No. So cricket is, of course, one of my earliest passions.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that analogy.
Shubman's been coming up a lot on the show.
Yes.
No matter.
Oh,
I love Shubman Gill.
Okay.
Anyway, let's
Looks
move
like
on.
you, I think, almost.
It's Punjabi connect.
Yeah.
But okay. The reason I asked you about Rajiv Gandhi was because I hear a lot of people from your generation saying if he had survived, we would have been in a different India.
I agree. He was, like I said, he had very progressive ideas. He was modern in many ways. He was different from the earlier generations of politicians when he took over. He would have been probably 80 or 82 now if he was alive. But that time, 30 years ago, 1991 or 32 years ago, he would have been a great Prime Minister because of the maturity that he had achieved, because of the defeat. Political defeat he went through. See, defeat makes you much more responsible, much more responsive.
Tough times make tough men.
Absolutely.
Okay. Slightly controversial question, but do you see glimpses of him and Rahul Gandhi?
Not really. I haven't seen him. My problem with Rahul Gandhi again is this. When he had the chance, he didn't take up any ministerial responsibility. No matter how good a politician you are, no matter how good a leader you are, and that is again to be proved. He hasn't proved himself on that. If you don't have an experience as a government minister or a government position, it's difficult for me to imagine somebody. I mean, Rajiv Gandhi did manage, but he faltered because he didn't have an experience. Unlike Indira Gandhi, who had seen it from close quarters, she had also become minister in Lal Bahadur Shastri's cabinet. Rahul Gandhi's problem is that he doesn't have any ministerial experience, or the inner working of the government he doesn't know. The government is not about just politics or policies. It's also about how you implement, how you scale up the policies, how you implement them, how you reach to the last person, which he is lacking right now. And therefore, I don't see him in the same mold as Rajiv Gandhi.
Okay. He's not hustled enough.
Not hustled enough. He hasn't got that experience. I mean, just to put it very pithily, I think it's one thing to talk about many policies and the things that you want to change, and then Mohabbat ki Dukhan and all that. It's hard task, and it's hard grind to come into the government and then implement policies that you want to do. It's not easy.
Do you ever get asked these kind of questions generally?
Well, sometimes when I do these informal chats with journalism students, or sometimes some people want to just have an informal adda with me in various small towns and cities, these things do come up.
That's exactly what a podcast
Exactly.
is. Informal adda.
Informal adda.
Feel I've missed out on whatever happened before my birth. So, like...
Am I giving you a snapshot of that?
Pretty much, man.
Yeah.
Like, I think often when you grow up in urban centers, up till that point where you're a teenager, you don't care about the news.
Exactly.
Then you gradually get into
Sure,
it, etc.
sure, yeah.
So, in my adulthood, I intend on just lapping up all that information that I missed out on.
And there's so much of information to lap up.
Yeah, which is why we will move into what I've been dying to ask you from the start of this podcast. And this is the part of your life which I'm in awe of. You reported Kargil from on ground. Why did you decide to actually go there?
Well, the credit must go to my best editor that I worked in my career, Vinod Mehta of Outlook. And there was no way sitting in the northeast in Guwahati that I would have had a chance to go and report from Kargil, which is the other extreme of the country. From east to northwest, he sent me because he said, this fellow knows the military a little bit. He interacts with them regularly. He also travels in the toughest parts of the northeast without complaint. So let's send him there. And one fine day, one afternoon, so it was all of a sudden that I get a call. Come to Delhi, your tickets for Leh have been done. So I said, why? So you're going and reporting from Kargil. That's how it happened.
First emotion in your heart was?
Well, big opportunity, also big responsibility, and then a bit, 1% of fear, because I already had a family to support, two boys, my wife. We were already married for 10 years, 11 years. But that was the last thought, of course. First was excitement. Second was apprehension whether I'll be able to bring the correct reports. I'd never reported outside Northeast till then. So I'd done about 16 years in the profession by that time. But all of it reporting the 7 states or 8 states of the Northeast.
Basically, correct reports would depend on the conversations you'd end up having in Kargil.
Exactly. And the understanding and the kind of interpretation that you could do and what was happening on ground. So I came to Delhi, and the next morning, early morning, there used to be flight to Leh. We landed in Leh. I was given a rookie photographer with me. Vinod Mehta was insistent always that every print story must be accompanied by great photographs. So there was a photographer with me. And I flew in there on a Wednesday morning, and I was told by Saturday afternoon, your story, your report has to be, in fact, Friday night, your report has to be on the Delhi desk. So barely 2 days to work on. And that was the scary part, the first week or the first 4 days. Because after we reached there, Wednesday evening, that time Kargil used to take about 9 hours from Leh by road. So we first hired a cab, piled on some rice, some biscuits, some water, because there was no hotels there to stay in or even get food. We were told about it. I mean, couple of my colleagues, senior colleagues, had been to Kargil before me for the previous 2 weeks. So some input was there. So we went, and there was no place to stay. So the first 2 nights we slept in the sumo by the riverside in Kargil, and started
with the threat of
with the
artillery
threat
firing.
of the shelling and the firing, all that. But frankly, I mean, okay, Kargil was a high point, certainly, no doubt, because the high point came after the war, in the sense that I dug out, thanks to my editor's encouragement, stories that were uncomfortable for the army and the government. We raised questions about intelligence failure. We raised questions about what went wrong and what could have been avoided, and so many deaths could have been avoided. All that we did in cover stories of Kargil. So they were the tougher part, the stories to do. But that time, in those 45 days that I was there, from maybe 3rd or 4th of June to 26th of July, every week we used to travel between Leh and Kargil and Dras and Batalik, all those places which became famous later. Vikram Batra, I met the famous Vikram Batra. Met him, and third day after that, he died in that action. So there is a photograph of him standing in front of a long, big gun, machine gun, which he had captured in the first operation that he had done. And he had narrated the story of how Pakistanis were taunting him, Sher Shah, ab wapas nahi ja paoge, vagara. But he was a very gung-ho and a very confident young man at that point in time.
If you watch Sher Shah, the movie?
I didn't, because I have everything in my head, so I don't want to go and spoil that.
My question was going to be that what do you think movies can't capture?
Movies can't capture the real action, the emotions, and the fear people have, the soldiers have. I mean, they're not as if they're supermen or they don't have fear. In fact, fear drives them in many cases to do the acts of bravery that we see. And soldiering is the only profession where people go beyond their call of duty, right? They lay their lives on line. I mean, putting lives on line is, no other profession demands that. I mean, except people in uniform, nobody else demands that. And to do that with great discipline and without expecting anything in return, I think is the greatest virtues of soldiers. I've written essays on this. The Indian soldier asks for so little from the society or from the government, and yet remains cheerful, remains committed, remains patriotic, and also sort of loses lives in the process. So I saw all that. So Kargil was good so long as of the experience of reporting was concerned, because I lived with them. I ate parts of their rations, puri sabji sometimes the typical Rajput regiments, the laddu that they make, churan, the churma as they call it, churma laddu kind of a thing. And I saw their lives from close quarters, but it wasn't my, I didn't have any fear, because I didn't see hand-to-hand combat really. We were always on the road. The hand-to-hand combat was happening on the peaks, which we didn't climb. And anybody who makes or has made career out of the Kargil glory in our field, in journalism, is actually lying when you say that we were in danger. We were never in danger in that sense. In fact, I felt more fearful, and I was in more dangerous situations in the Northeast. And when I was detained, kidnapped, or forcibly confined twice by militants, insurgents in the Northeast.
No, we're going to cover this.
No, I'm saying,
also.
so that was more fearful, that was more challenging than Kargil. But Kargil certainly made me, gave me a higher profile. People came to know my byline, Nitin A. Gokhale. And that also then brought me to Delhi. NDTV invited me in 2006, 7 years later. So that was Kargil.
What was Vikram Batra like off camera?
He was genuine. He was passionate. and he was committed. So I know his boss who retired as the Northern Army commander.
Colonel Joshi?
Yes. So later, was the Northern Army commander during the Ladakh crisis. Very close friend, Joe.
Sanjay Dutt played him in LOC Kargil.
Yes, I believe so. I didn't see
I'm
that.
sorry, army folks.
No, Lakshya, I saw one of those movies which I was impressed with, which except for Amitabh Bachchan, who again been my favorite of the 80s and the 90s, but in that movie, he was over the top in Lakshya.
Yeah. Okay.
But otherwise it was a quite realistic portrayal of soldiers, or the fears that the soldiers go through, and the kind of training that they get to become what they become, what Hrithik Roshan's character becomes at the end. Lakshya was quite good. And Vikram Batra was like that. So he was passionate. Only thing that he knew was to lead his men at that young age. He had just graduated out of the Indian Military Academy in 1998. And I found him ever smiling for whatever that couple of hours that we interacted in the Mashko Valley near Dras near Kargil. I found him to be very cheerful, very happy-go-lucky kind of a person. And then later I met his twin, 10 years later, who's a ICICI bank officer, who's also as cheerful and as, happy person. So I have that memory, but there were several others who did equally daring, equally dangerous missions, got some reward, some didn't get it. But that's the nature of the war, and they live with it.
What was the most haunting thing you saw in Kargil?
Again, soldiers injured, their limbs severed, they're in pain. So, as I said, I saw death up close in the northeast much more than I saw in Kargil. Because if it happened on the peaks, and they were then carried into the ambulances or in the helicopters. Didn't see that. But what I saw as a collective psyche of the Indian soldier was, he doesn't question orders. He is fully committed to what is to be done at whatever cost, even to the cost of his life, and knows only one thing, that they are here to do a job and they will do it without reservation, without questioning. I think for me, that is the greatest virtue, and that remains in my mind. It's not haunting, but it's something that I respect them enormously for, as far as the Indian soldier is concerned.
That was the one moral of the story you got from that story of your life.
Absolutely.
Greatness of the Indian Army.
And greatness of the Indian Army, the commitment that they have to this nation.
Okay. The Indian military in general.
Indian military, of course.
Okay. Now I will ask you about when you got kidnapped in the Northeast.
Well, to call it kidnapping will be a slight exaggeration, but yes, there was a incident. I mean, these two incidents were something that when I look back, it could have gone either way.
Did you get hit by anyone?
No, nobody hit me. But the very fact that, okay, so let me give you the background of how it happened. So there was a massacre in Tripura in a place called Khowai of, say, about 45 Bengali people by the tribals and a group, I think, called the NLFT, the National Liberation Front of Tripura. And I rushed from Guwahati, which was a flight away, to Agartala, which is the capital of Tripura, and went into that area very early, very quickly, before any other reporter or camera person could go there, with another colleague from Agartala. So we recorded everything, we met the victims, all that. And while we were coming back, we were stopped by this gun-toting youngsters, a group of youngsters, forced to sit on the floor of the Maruti van and taken to an unknown destination. We were again not blindfolded or anything of that kind, but they were all trigger-happy people. I mean, they had guns and weapons in their hand. And when they made us sit on the ground in a hut, in some remote area, we were sitting on the ground and they're all surrounding us, and heated, discussion. Why you're here? Who are you? You're a military intelligence guy. I was much leaner and thinner than what I am now. But I always sport a crew cut. So they said, you are so and so. I said, no, I'm an Outlook reporter. I said, well, that can be done by anybody. The ID card can be conjured up by anybody. So that was dangerous, because my thought at that point in time was that if one of them decides to bump me and my colleague off, we would be dying for no reason, but that for them it's a publicity. That was my thought. I was not afraid of being detained. I was not afraid of being detained for a longer time because they would go and verify and then come back because they normally wouldn't like to antagonize the press. But that was a problem.
When you've played sports semi-professionally in the same way you have, even if you ever played at any level,
yes,
you have an understanding of how to talk to other human beings because so much of sports is communication. I want to ask you what your mindset was when you're trying to persuade these insurgents. Like, how do you even go about that conversation? Are you supposed to be intimidating? Are you supposed to be sweet so that you become a friend? Like, what do you do?
So I did a mix of things. I was not intimidating at all. I was very calm, at least on the outward demeanor that I had was I was very calm. I tried to act as an elder brother to these people. They were 20s and 25-year-olds who were there. I could see that. And obviously they had no clue of what outlook was or where I was coming from, all that. So luckily I know a smattering of Bengali. I mean, I can make myself understand. I knew Assamese very fluently. I know Assamese very fluently. Speaking Assamese fluently. So I made them understand that, look, we mean no harm. You've detained us. Fine, your leader is gone or your courier has gone to check. I know it will take 12 hours, 14 hours. I'm willing to stay here, but let's talk and let's not. So they were also taken aback by no hysterical reaction. And I kept telling my younger photographer colleague who was a local boy, half tribal, half Bengali, dangerous, dispassionately analyze the situation and talk about it. So we kept talking. That's how I dealt with it.
Is this the most dangerous situation you've been in your
yes,
whole career?
I think so.
Closest to death?
It's closest to, no, see, that's again as an exaggeration, I would say. I don't want to be appearing to be over the top. Yes, I mean, in the sense that, as I said, my fear was if one of them decides that this is a great publicity stunt, and this has happened to another colleague, not a colleague, but an NGO worker in Assam in 1997, 2 years before this incident. So my thought went back to that incident, that fellow was bumped off because it got them international publicity. Of course, bad publicity, but any publicity sometimes is considered good. So that was my thought. And then the other thought was that what if if wherever they're going to check, if they don't get the right answer, then what is my fate? So that was the other fear. But that was the closest or the most dangerous situation, I would think. And the other was, of course, it was hilarious in parts that I went to interview an insurgent leader and his rival gang or rival group, after I had finished the interview, we were coming back, stopped us again forcibly and said, why did you go to him? He's not the big group. We are the more influential ones. Now come with us to our leader. So forcibly took us there and then made us wait for 2 days. So, and again, that time there were no mobile phones, no phones. So you were incommunicado.
Stupid question, but what do they feed you when you're kidnapped?
Well, local rice and fish and dal. So they're adequately stocked.
But they take care of you?
They did. The first group, the Tripura group, did take care. They fed us. They gave us nariyal pani. They did all that. And then, in fact, the most satisfying thing at the end of it, when we were told to go or released, was they have these scarves that they weave. It's called gamosha in Assam and otherwise. One of them gave it to me, sort of put it around my
Sorry, bro.
No, exactly. They didn't say it exactly that, but that meant it was a gesture that, okay, this was a misunderstanding. And I also, played it magnanimous. Okay, thank you. All the best for your struggle.
What's the reality of the Northeast now?
Northeast, except for this, what has happened now in Manipur, I think is totally under control. The violence levels have come down. Development has become far better. Connectivity has increased. There are more opportunities for people to go out, do all that. So Northeast of my time is no longer recognizable. I mean, there's no comparison between that and this Northeast. And I would think it's all the more, all for the better of the people. Very gentle people, very nice people. Some perceived injustices, some real injustices have been done to them. And therefore, the history of Northeast is, again, violence was rampant, development was lacking, the belongingness to India was missing. But all that has changed over the years. Because time also heals some of the wounds. Sometimes more information means, or more information available to the people directly, not through the politician, means that they also start understanding that they're being played by politicians for their own political reasons.
When you talk to people from the Northeast, there's a lot of people who feel neglected by the Indian governments in general.
Sure.
Because of a lack of development. And they're like, there's so many micro situations that come up when you actually live in the Northeast. For example, if you want to take a flight to Bangkok, it's a 2-hour flight from the Northeast, but there's no flight to Bangkok from the Northeast. So they have to go to Delhi and then fly to Bangkok.
True. Or to Calcutta and then fly there. But then they had started all that. There is like I said, there is a perceived neglect and there is real neglect. First of all, partition in the West, between Punjabs of the two sides now, was violent. We had more killings and more deaths in that partition migration. But the effect of partition on the Northeast was far greater and longer lasting than the effects on the western parts of India. And I'll explain why. Because earlier the connectivity to the seas from the Northeast used to be through what is now Bangladesh. Once the partition happened and when East Pakistan was created, you cut off those old links of commerce, of connectivity, of trade, all that. And suddenly, say from Tripura's capital Agartala, where you would go through the current Bangladesh in the pre-partition days and reach Calcutta from Agartala in 12 hours or 24 hours, you started taking by road, you started taking 5 days because you had to come through that small chicken's neck corridor at Siliguri because you've cut off the physical links and you created a separate country. So that effect lasted too long for the Northeast. The development suffered, connectivity suffered, people couldn't go out, they became isolated. So out of mind became out of sight. Physical distance also meant that not much attention was paid by the successive governments at the center. In fact, again, come back to the Jawaharlal Nehru, I have a full presentation on this when I have divided the history of Northeast via the tenures of different prime ministers. So I've called Jawaharlal Nehru, a benevolent dictator for the Northeast. He would say, oh, they are very simple people, they are tribal people, let them remain how they are. Those headgear, the tribal attire, no need for big development, like that. So first 17 years you had this. Then Indira Gandhi came, I call her the Durga and the Lakshmi. She tried the Durga avatar first by sending in the army. First instance and the only instance so far, touchwood, against our own people, where Air Force planes have gone and bombed a population center like Aizawl in Mizoram. It was under Indira Gandhi. And then when that didn't work, she started, if you can't beat them, buy them. So she poured in many thousands of crores of funds to create a class divide in the Northeast. See, the tribal society doesn't have any divide of like what is there in the rest of India, where you have a Brahmin, you have a Shudra, you have Dalit, you have a Vaishya, nothing of the kind in the tribal area. But then she created, through this monetary incentives, she created two classes, haves and have-nots. So a cabal of bureaucrats, politicians, businessmen became rich overnight, filthy rich. And the people who it was meant for, the development funds, they got left behind. So she created the divide. So that's Durga and Lakshmi. I call that avatar of hers like that. So the best prime minister who did a lot for the Northeast was Vajpayee and then Manmohan Singh, I would say, because he had a long tenure, 10 years. Otherwise, everybody else. And surprisingly, the best plans were made by Deve Gowda to the Northeast. He spent 7 days in the Northeast making up a package of development for the Northeast. So that's Northeast for you.
What's PM Modi's government?
Again, this is now I was talking up to 2014. This government has done huge infrastructure development, huge development in connectivity, education, getting the people in the mainstream, sports-wise, Manipur, Assam, all that. So I think they have built on what Vajpayee had started. The development of the northeastern region as a separate ministry. The first minister, or one of the prominent ministers, was Arun Shourie under Vajpayee. And it began there, and Modi government has continued. So now they have done quite a lot. Of course, there's never an end to doing that, because you have to, I always say this, that you fix Northeast before you connect to Southeast or East Asia. When we are saying act East, before acting East, India needed to fix Northeast in terms of the parameters that are applied to other states. More or less it has been done now, except for these lingering problems that are there. Ethnic divide becomes a quick flare up, as it has happened in Manipur. But that's because you have multiplicity of ethnic groups in the Northeast.
Okay, where does that story go from here?
It's going to be difficult to recover very quickly. It is a deep-rooted wound. It reopens every 20-30 years. Similar clashes had happened between the Kukis and the Nagas in 1992-93. But this one is a little more dangerous because 70% of the population lives on 30% or 20% of the land in the Imphal Valley, the majority Meiteis. And the rest of the 30% population lives on 60 or 70% of the land. So there is this conflict and divide between these two groups, which is driving this entire flare-up that we have seen in Manipur. Unfortunate, but that's something that you cannot completely discount in the Northeast, given so many groups and ethnic identities are there. It's the identity politics in many ways.
Right. Didn't expect this conversation to go down the routes that we went down.
Yes.
You're known for your geopolitical analysis, primarily your analysis about the world of defense.
Right.
But I'm glad.
Same here, it was different for me. Otherwise, I normally speak on the same issues of how India and China are competing, how US and China looks at India, all that.
Yeah. My challenge as a podcaster is how do I position that question in new and interesting ways?
True.
So I'm actually glad we did this particular episode.
It's a great platform to do this kind of thing. And since your audience is a younger audience, and one of the things that I look at my role as is to give as much information as possible. So one of the things that keeps me going is the ability to share knowledge or experience. If I can do that through you, I'll be more than happy.
No, glad to be that means. But go Kalesa. We will see you.
Thank you.
That was the episode for today. And while I enjoyed this mostly historical conversation, what I enjoyed about Sir was his presence. So the next time he is in Mumbai, the conversation is going to be much more about the present and future of geopolitics. It's going to be about the world of defense in general. And it's going to be about all the topics that you recommend. Please tell me in the comment section what else you'd like for me to speak with him about. And please spread the word about this epic conversation that we've just had. A lot more Indians need to know the truth about modern day India and the modern history that were not taught in our school textbooks. Keep supporting TRS because Ranveer and the team will be back soon.